She's going to lead us today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Macy Sierra, and I'm a senior at Hale High School. The pandemic as a whole has changed our lives and has affected so many people in many different ways. What we really need in this world right now is hope. The definition of hope is a feeling of expectation and desire for a certain thing to happen and a feeling of trust. When discouraging and depressing news threatens to flood the nation, the church, and the soul, we need God's help to lift up our hearts, our heads, and our hands. Once fear is cast out, we then have to build positive Christian hope in its place, a beautiful virtue and life-transforming grace that yields multiple benefits. Number one, hope moves us forward. Christian hope is a realistic expectation of and joyful longing for future good and glory based upon the reliable Word of God. The more we long for the future, the less we will yearn for the past. Hope deletes, regrets, and underlines expectation. It diminishes, drags, and increases momentum. Number two, hope energizes the present. It is worth living today because the eternal tomorrow is so much brighter. What's due today for most is coronation day for us. What most dread we desire. Number three, hope lightens our darkness. Hope does not deny or remove the reality of dark and painful providences. However, it does shine a bright light into these valleys and points to the sunrise at the end of the day. Number four, hope increases faith. Faith fuels hope, but hope also fuels faith. As Hebrews 11 makes very clear, hope and faith are very closely tied together. The one enabling the other. Without faith, you cannot soar in hope, but without hope, will limp home. The greatest believers are the greatest hopers, and vice versa. Number five, hope is infectious. Just as we drag others down by our determination and hoping, we can inspire and motivate through our inspiring hoping. It not only encourages other sagging Christians, but it also impacts depressed believers who cannot but ask a reason for the hope they see in us. Number six, hope is healing. By definition, depression is a sense of hopelessness. Things cannot and will not get better. That's why I want to give them the hope that in the vast majority of cases, they will get better. There's a way out. And there are things that they can do to help themselves in their felt helplessness. That hope itself is a huge step towards healing. Number seven, hope is practical. Hope does not mean you just sit and wait for utopia to appear. Not at all. Hope motivates action. When we hope for better days for the church, we serve the church. When we hope for the conversation of our children, we are motivated to share the gospel. When we hope for God's blessing on His word, we listen to it more actively. Hope produces action. Number 8, hope purifies. Whatever persecution we experience in the world, the day is coming when we will not just be called sons of God, we will be called the Son of God. This is what inspires and motivates the apostle to preserve to the end and preserve in holiness. And everyone who has this hope in Him purifies himself, just as He is pure. 1 John 3:1-3. Number 9, hope stabilizes in the storm. There are 66 drawings of anchors in the catacombs, the caves, and tunnels that persecuted Christians hid in the during the Romans' persecution. Hope was their anchor during those dark and stormy days. Like the anchor, hope grabs what is out of sight. As one Puritan put it, the cable of faith casts out the anchor of hope and lays hold of the steadfast rock of God's promises. Number 10, hope defends. Paul also depicts hope as a defensive helmet that must not be taken off and laid aside until the battle is over. The helmet also points us to the area of greatest vulnerability and danger. Our mind, that's where Satan usually works to present reasons to doubt and despair. And that's why we need our minds daily renewed by the power of hope. Will everyone please bow your heads and pray? Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to gather before we begin our stop show today. We are grateful for the opportunity to show our animals and for the support we have from our ACT teachers, parents, family, and friends. I pray that we take many lessons that we have learned and use them to make our world a better place. I pray that we have fun today and support and encourage each other as we showed today. I lift up each and every one of you today and pray for your safe travels as we leave this place tonight. It is in your precious name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to get started here in a little while. Would like to ask the folks from Petersburg if they could come up here and help us in the shell ring during the Duroc drive. We'd like to welcome everybody to the 86th Annual Hale County Stock Show Climate Day. Realize it's going to be a short crowd today, but we're happy to have everybody to come. It's my pleasure to introduce Hale Catner, speaking for FFA. She's going to do our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose blood stripes and bright stars
We're ready for the Class 1 draft. Bring your Class 1 draft to the show ring, please.
Just a little bit so I can get these kids coming in.
Bring your class 2 Xerox to the show ring. Class 2 Xerox to the show ring.
Well, good afternoon. It's certainly an honor to be here. I apologize for being just a couple of minutes late, but we got an interesting time to start off the show. The loud out there going to work himself up the second. I thought that was a monster last winter when he first came out, and obviously he just didn't handle the drive. The other here closest to me is going to win the drive, and I'll be the first to say that we need to walk that guy's shoulder back into him and just lengthen his stride. Both coming and going, but that's a good looking one that's fresh and bold and certainly just reading with some quality as you compare it to the contemporaries. Obviously the knucklehead is going to land in the second hole, and that one's got a better kind of a skeleton in him. I think that the Eagle Premium is just a little bit better in terms of shoulder and knee. I like the extra softness of bold. Obviously he needs to fill the heck out and just be a show horse that comes ready, but that's a good one of a pick to be standing in that second hole. The Gilbert Creek is better on at fault. I think that's another one that's just sounder and stouter and just more flexible than the hole that was right beneath. And the hole before is big-bodied and thick-headed. Just needs to be a little sounder, needs to be a little more square in terms for hip and hind leg. But the first and third are very good. The hole come down and on the four very quality holes. This needs to be changed as we start to study them structurally, just off the totals as we see up in the top part of the drive. A nice drive. Congratulations to them all.
Thank you. Selection, class 1, they're off. First, Sidney Miller, Eminent 40. Second, Anna Garcia, UFFA. Third, Jay Patterson, Middle Center FFA. Fourth, Riley Campbell, Eminent 4H. Fifth, Brendan Piper, Middle Center FFA. Sixth, Nickel McAllister, Abernathy FFA. Seventh, Rita Lewis, Abernathy 4th. Eighth, Brandon Parker, Hill Center FFA. again, I'd like to welcome everybody and take an opportunity to introduce our folks today. We're happy to have again as our judge, Mr. Jeremy Cantrell. I'd like to introduce my assistant superintendent, Barbara Hubbines, Jane Berry, Dean Sagerson, Alan Keys, and Gary Younger. And I'd like to thank all the junior board members for helping us out today, and all the folks from the different clubs for helping us here in the show ring. Ready for the Class 3 girls? Class 3 girls, the show ring.
I think the easiest thing to do in this drive is to get this pair of balls to the top, and then we work from there. And it gets challenging from 3 all the way down to the end of the drive. But this pair of balls, I think, are very easy to find. I think they're the 2 quality animals that just read with the most completeness. I think they're the best built in terms of just the way that their skeletons are angled. And between the 2, I think the better proportion, more youthful main one comes with the young man's skill here coming right at me. I think if you get up on top of this one and then compare him to the barrel in second, that's a fresher back gill that just reads cleaner right there in the top part of the pole. I think the back line in her is just a little smoother, a little more crisp, a little more genuine, and I think even the edge goes to that gilt and flexibility. That's a good, solid, just a very no holes kind of a gilt to lead with. Now there is more structure and foot in the barrel in second, and I think that's what makes it close. Extra rugged and big-footed, really an open-shouldered, big-hit kind of a man. Study that guy on the top side of his body. He's a little more mature through the front third of the skeleton, a little more bland and rigid right down his back line. His hip and loins just don't quite connect and blend as well. Maybe just not as coordinated as he set that in motion, but his intangibles are really, really unique. And not just more of this as we get into the hog and breed. The hog and breed is tall-shouldered and short-bodied and good-looking. At the same time, I need to redesign on each end of his body. He just is too upright in terms of the skeleton, rock his shoulder back, lengthen his hip, bend his hind leg, and he can make a stronger case for getting that one even higher. The young man is fourth is another one that's got a good shapely gill, just not as sound, not as dimensional, not as correct, and not the totals that we have. And then as we start to let the remaining hogs go, there's still some good barrels in there. Again, we start to run into some challenges structurally as we start to break them down on the move. But that's really a nice pair to lead with. Congratulations to them.
They seem to class did good on it, I think, I'm not sure. First place, Hayden Cabello, Columbia FFA. Second, Celine Ramirez, Hale Center FFA. Hale Center FFA. Third, Natalie Ballestero, Columbia FFA. Fourth, Kate Pinkerton, Columbia FFA. Fifth, Lexi Hernandez, Columbia FFA. Sixth, Wyatt Harkey, F&A 4H. Seventh, Kylie Rao, Hale Center FFA. Eighth, Tyler Wilson, Petersburg FFA. Ninth, Caitlin Dudley, Hale Center FFA. second place Xerox show ring. First and second place Xerox.
Really an outstanding class, and I elected to just leave these top four out here, and I feel they deserve that. I think these are quality animals that They've been cared for very well. I appreciate the presence, the hair and skin, the freshness of these four. Obviously, we've got some structural issues to kind of sort through and decipher with each of them. Obviously, there's some body shape things that we need to kind of put into play, but ultimately, the pair that we land on is the pair that I think has offered the most. I think we start this pair at the arena surface, and then we go up. And then one of them, I think, just reads just a little looser made, a little denser body, a little shapelier when you get up on top of it. And I probably just prefer his blend, his proportions, and just his body shape a fraction better than what's going to be second. The young lady here at my left is going to win the drive. Congratulations to her. Get up on top of him, study him up through the center part of his body, and he's just better there than the barrel in second. Now, the hog in second is stouter. He's bigger in his arm, he's stouter in his hind leg, and he's got a big old fat chest full laid into him. At the same time, he wants to open his shoulder up, and he wants to push just a little harder out of it as I start to really get into him and break him down. More than anything, I just need to change the body shape that's laid into him. Up the top three, he's the flattest in his ribs. He's big in his front. He's big in the body, and going away, but the center part of him just doesn't match. Throws him off from a proportionality perspective, but that's an interesting hog that I think has got a lot of value both the front and the back part of the skeleton. Now there is probably just a better kind of a shape as we get into the gilded tree in terms of this upper center rib. At the same time, she reads the shortest on each end of her skeleton. She's another gilt that gets just too upright in her shoulder set. I'd like to lengthen her hip and bend her hind leg to make her more ideal, and just didn't quite have the stoutness that we had in 1 or 2. This was probably the most practical in terms of her body type and just the way that she looks from the side. And I like that. I appreciate just the good looseness of skeleton that's laid into her. At the same time, she's the most vanilla. As you start to study her on the backside of the shoulder, up the top four, she's the most fragile in terms of her bone work. Maybe reads the roundest in terms of her rump design, but that's still a really good one. And then as we start to get on down the road, there's still some good hogs in here. And again, kind of sound like a broken record. We start to run into some problems structurally as we set these moves in motion. Interesting class. Congratulations to them.
We're ready for your Class 4 Hampshires. Class 4 Hampshires to the show ring plate. Blessings for the Class 3 Durocs. First, Rena Lewis, 754H. Second, Roby Steiner, Plenty FFA. Third, Kate Sierra, FFA. Fourth, Maggie Lee, Plenty FFA. Fifth, Sebastian Ramirez, Sales Center FFA. Sixth, David Castillo, Sales Center FFA. Seventh, Gage Vita, Cotton Center FFA. Eighth, Aubrey Agendas, Plenty FFA. Ninth, Desmond Sparta, Plenty FFA. 10th, Andrew Agendas, Plenty FFA. We'll now have our champion Duroc driver.
Really like the way that our three class winners came back, and I think they fit. And I'll be honest, that's never really been a big deal to me. I think good livestock comes in many different shapes and sizes, but I do feel that these were the three that were the most proportional. I think they were the most correct in terms of their skeleton. I think they were the most ready in terms of their composition and just the shape and freshness to the top side of their bodies. I think they look the most like a show pig should in terms of their presence and their build from the side, their balance. So I just think these are the ones that suited me the most, and it just so happened that they have a lot of similarities in terms of type and kind. And between the three, I think there's a pair of them that probably are fighting it just a little bit closer. I think it is a dog fight. I think it's close. I think it's back and forth. I don't think it's anything easy with that decision. One of them is just probably a little further along. Probably reaches out of his shoulder just a fraction better, even though that he's not just absolutely perfect there. And then I think that he might be even just tied just a little bit better in terms of his neck into the top part of his shoulder. Even maybe even just leaves you just a little more perfectly square hip off the ground. Young lady, you got it. Congratulations. We dropped the barrel in second out of the heavies, and that's another very heavy-legged one that just reads so dense in terms of his palm work, and got a big old monster front arm to slay into. Like we mentioned, he wants to open his shoulder up and flatten in the center part of his body. We'd like to change those two things about him, but that's still a very respectable, high-quality barrel that represents those heavies extremely well. Like I said, I thought it was a kind of a dogfight between the pair of them. We're going to keep them together. Young lady's lightweight will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Champion Durham, Raymond Lewis, Abernathy 4H. Reserve champion Sidney Miller, Abernathy 4H. We're now ready for our amateur drive.
I'm sorry.
I forgot to call for the folks from Hale Center to help us in the show ring. If we get about 5 people from Hale Center to help us, please.
It's all right. You can hear everything. It's no big deal.
Class 5 Hampshires to the show ring, please. Class 5 Hampshires.
Three outstanding animals that are being driven exceptionally well. They've been prepared, and the presence, the hair and skin, just the way that these hogs have come to the ring, I very, very much appreciate, admire. It's my kind. It's many. These kind of animals fit a wide range of judges in terms of just the way that they're displayed, and so again, I love looking at quality animals that are being driven to this level, and it makes it fun. It's not easy. It makes it very challenging from a judge's perspective, but it is fun, and I certainly enjoy it. And again, so thank you to you three young ladies for putting in the time, the effort, the work, because you can easily see that there's been a lot of hours put into these projects. And so, guys, this is not an easy decision. There's not a clear-cut winner. I don't think there's just a one that just walks away with it, if you will. And so I hope I'll do my part describing what I see. And then if you end up second and third and you felt like you should have won, you can at least understand where I'm coming from. So in my opinion, there is one that reads the safest. And I'm not saying that the safe route is always the route that's going to go ahead and win the next major that you guys go to. But when I'm back in the corner, and when there's not just that clear-cut winner, I'm probably going to revert to a couple of things. And those three things are build, balance, and bone. Those are the three things that I'm probably always going to lean on and hope that in the end, they'll get those extra bells and whistles. So if I do that, in this respective class, there is one that's more comfortable than the other two. I think there's one in here that is just more blended and proportional. And in terms of the side design and just the profile he gives you, I'm giving up some extra. I'm giving up just a little bit of an extra punch of chest, a little extra shag and structure to go ahead and get a looser made, better balanced, more proportional barrel, and that's the young lady in the middle. She's going to win the draft. Congratulations. The whole second is the young lady here in the middle, and that one is another one that I think on the profile, that barrel really gives you a good look, a good quality look. I like that guy's blend. I didn't see him quite as good in terms of the way he utilized his hind leg. I thought he wanted to bring his hockey in just a fraction and just didn't push his drive and flex as well as what my class winner did. But that one probably reads just a little bit denser kind of a skeleton as you start to roll that towards the arena surface. I just didn't see the extra punch going away, the extra looseness that we have in our class winner. Now, the flying order is the barrel and trigger. This one is without question the biggest chested, the densest in terms of his ball work, the most powerful when you get in behind him, and the roundest in terms of his body. That is a heavy-hitting barrel that if we can get things lined out, he's the one that's going to just smoke them all in the end. Today, as I compare to the other two, he's the lowest set of his shoulder, he's the most off in terms of his run design, and he's the most restricted on each end of his body as I set that down in motion. If those things come together, that one is the diamond in the rough. I love the extras that he has. I love the extremities. Just wasn't as loose, wasn't as complete, wasn't quite as balanced from the profile as we set that guy in motion. This one is a freak on a leash. If you guys get a chance to look at him, study the chest, study the upper skeletal dimension and mass and power, that is one big back, fresh loin barrel that's got a monster hip and a powerful kind of the hind leg laid into. It's just a little rounder in terms of his rump design and his muscle pattern. I like to lengthen his hip and just soften and blend him right there in his hip when his hooks up to make him more ideal. But that guy is very, very cool to look at. Just off in a couple of places and he landed in a very competitive class. I need to elevate this guy. This girl's shoulder runs downhill just a fraction. She's another that maybe wants to taper out of her hip. Closes in as she goes towards the arena surface. A good kind of a barrel that rounds out the class that just needs more to it. The young lady here's got another one that's very well presented and very well cared for. That's another barrel that tapers out of his hip and hind leg that he wants to flatten as you start to study him through the center. Guys, that was a really deep class. The deepest class we've seen so far. Congratulations to all those kids as they get back.
Placing, class 4 Hampshire. First, Bradley Fire, representing 4A. Second, Sidney Miller, representing 4A. Third, Grace Humpaker, representing 4A. Fourth, Jeff Hale. Okay, thank you. Jeff Hale, representing the FFA. Fifth, Caleb Rose, representing the FFA. Sixth, J.D. Castillo, Wheel Center FFA. Seventh, Jessica Campos, Petersburg FFA. Eighth, Peyton Foster, Petersburg FFA.
on. Got a hog up here with no shovel.
We're coming.
Okay. Okay. That chain stick.
First you, young. Back off. All right, go past
I know. I didn't say we had a hog up here with no shovel. We're chill. You ready?
How'd you show go? Good luck.
We're ready for Class 6 Hampshires. Class 6 Hampshires, the show ring.
I don't think I'm running again. I want to step up to this
Really love the way this class came together and fit. And, you know, this, my personal opinion, you guys on the rink side may disagree, but I felt this class just really fell in place and made sense all the way through. And I would love to defend my placings in a regions room as I started to get into my top four and even that bottom four as a particular class. So just a lot of differences and just a lot of things that just kind of lined up and made sense. And then the one thing that I would be the most frustrated if I was on the other side of the ring is not using this one and winning. Congratulations to her. That bear's going to win the drawing. Start that last one, the arena surface, and then work your way up. I mean, that's a very heavy-legged one that's loose and comfortable. Good square hip, tall shoulder, short back, fresh back. Just a good hole that obviously probably has lots of friends along ringside as well. Just a good kind of an animal to start. And I'll probably spend more time between 2 and 3. And it's a close call. This would be a small cut if we were in a judging contest. And ultimately, one of them just reads just a little truer as you get in behind this parent study of hip hop to ground. And that's a young man here to my right. Get in behind her. I think she reads just a more genuine win right out of her pin set. I think she carries that shape all into her forward, and then she takes that all the way to the arena surface. And as you can tell, she is an athletic wrestler. She can flat out get out and go and never have a restricted stride in her. I struggled to find her right out of the initial sort because of her speed, but that's a very loose-made, square-backed, good hind-legged gilt that still has a good look to the side. I hope she'll slow down so we can take a little closer look for there in the next round. Now, this gilt is another one that is just read with quality. She's youthful-footed, she's fresh back, she's another one that's got a good functional kind of a hip design. In comparison, I didn't see her as impressive when he got it behind her. She wants to cave and falter as she goes towards the arena surface, just not as bold, not as true right there at the ground. Now, the Honda Fourth is another one that is very well presented. Love the freshness, love the hair and skin on this one. This is another one that wants to just narrow as it goes towards the ground. I did see, for all the shape and all the fluff that she had up high, I didn't see the base width to go ahead and match. We got a pair of heels right here that are really good in terms of their back shape. It's just a little more tubular and flatter in terms of their body. Maybe just not the proportions that we had in the top of the drive. A good one here, the young lady said, well, the rounds out the drive just needs to be redesigned. Gets just a little lower and rounder in terms of his overall proportions. A good hawk here that just needs more stuff to him. Again, really a good class all the way through. A nice set of market homes, and these kids are doing an awesome job of getting them driven. Congratulations to them all. A really nice job.
Places, Class 5 Hampshire. First, Ash Martin, Abernathy 4H. Second, Peter Flores, Hill Center FFA. Third, Ernie Mary, Costa 4H. Fourth, Tatum Ashby, Hill Center FFA. Fifth, Katie Kastner, Petersburg FFA. Sixth, Jasmine Farban, Petersburg FFA. Seventh, Slade Murphy, Abernathy FFA. Eighth, Corbin McWilliams, Petersburg FFA. Ninth, Lenny Thompson, Petersburg FFA. We're ready for the Class 7 Hampshires. Class 7 Hampshires to the show ring.
You folks that Hampshires this winter, you guys did mess around. This is fun, and man, all the way through, I keep thinking that I've already had my best class, and then one trumps it. And so 1 through 8, really quality animals. You kids that are pinned there in the back, man, don't be discouraged. You're getting beat by very elite ones, and again, you should be very proud of your project and the work and job that you've done to get them to this point. So again, congratulations. No one ever wants to place lower than what they had a goal for, but this is a very good class, and just rest assured you're getting beat by very elite animals. And so my class winner is one that I think has the balance and presence of the barrel and tree, and just the bulk and the flare and the dimension and feature of the hog and second. And that's the young lady still here closest to me. She's the best of all worlds. She's a power hog that's shapely and square and fresh, and she's one that obviously should grab your attention rather quickly as you start to study her through the front third of her body. I love her skull, I love her jawline, I love how clean and fresh she reads down the top side of her pole, and then she keeps that freshness and that genuine shape there on the back side of the shoulder, transitions it down her right line extremely good. The top of her matches and blends with the bottom of her. Really a good turn and a good body hog that love just the outward expansion there through the center part of the rib. There's just more balance and more profile and just more squareness in this one as we get into the barrel in second. The hog in second, I love just the feature and just the rugged skull that's laid into that guy. Really a big shoulder rascal that is just a power hog. I mean, man, that dude is dense and genuine and shapely. He's got a big old thick chest and a big old powerful hind being laid into him. He's not as fun to look at as we started to compare to the gilt. He's a little crestier neck. He's a little shorter face. I didn't even see his body shape quite as impressive as you start to study him there through his forehead. Or anything, he gets just a little bit rounder as you get him behind him and just on the presence through the front third of his body as we compare to the gilt that wins the drive. Now, the hog at 3 is very, very attractive. Tall fronted, runs uphill, got a slick kind of a neck and jawline laid into him. For me personally, I'd like to just stout his jawline up. He's just a little slicker face, and that slickness and flatness goes into his blade and body shape as you start to work him towards the middle of his rib and body. He's just a little flatter all the way through as he started to compare. Now, from the side, he is lights out good. Killer hit behind leg, can go all day long, so fun to look at from the side. Just not quite the meat and potatoes that we had in 1 and 2, not quite the feature as he studied him there through his face. Really a good one though to be in that third hole. The hog at 4 is another wide power hog that has more to him. A little lower set of the shoulder, a little rounder, steeper hip, and he wants to tuck it up as he's studying him off of his rear tube. The hog here has got a good look from the side, gets a little shorter on each of his body, not the shape and dimension that we have with a couple of those above. The bottom 3 hogs in this drive are hogs that have gotten here well, that's got some muscle and product to them. Maybe struggled just a little bit as he set them 3 in motion, but still really quality animals. It's been really good projects for these young people. Fun class to sort. Again, my compliments to these kids as they head back to the kids.
Placing in Class 6, Hampshire. First, Riley Byers, Abernathy 4H. Second, Andy Lees, Abernathy FFA. Third, Jasmine Ballesteros, Longview FFA. Fourth, Carson Catton, Petersburg FFA. Fifth, Marissa Sains, Cox Center FFA. Sixth, Aiden Rusher, Longview 4H. Seventh, Emma Runner Roberts, Petersburg FFA. Eighth, Josh Cantu, Petersburg FFA. We're ready for the Class 8 Hampshires. Class 8 Hampshires to the show ring.
You'll hear me say this most likely several times throughout this afternoon, but man, I love breaking down livestock. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I get it right all the time. I don't think there is a right way many times, but I do enjoy it. It's something that sitting next to a guy I respect or just a buddy of mine and just talking hawks, breaking them down, man, that is one of my happy places. And so obviously me having the opportunity to judge shows is a passion of mine. It's something that I really enjoy doing. I probably do too many and neglect things at the house and put a lot of work on my wife, but that's what she would say anyway, but I do enjoy it. I do this, I take every opportunity that I can to come and work with kids and work with livestock. I mean, that's something that I spent pretty much my entire life doing, so I really enjoy it. And I always say all that to say is this is a very fun pair to break down. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's an easy decision or there's just an absolute right way that it has to go, but this is a pair of really high quality animals that obviously are very well presented. They've been worked with, they're going to be competitive in each of their respective endpoints. One of them probably just grabs me just a little bit more, and I think she probably does so because she's just a little bit denser in terms of her skeleton. She's a bigger shoulder, rounder body build that just has a little bit more to the upper part of the skeleton. I think her blend and just her back line is just a little more appropriate as I start to study her from the top of her shoulder all the way into her ham-loin junction. I think this would read smoother and just more blended. Now, I would like to modify her out of her hip and hop ever so slightly. Young lady, you're going to have a class learned. Congratulations to you. Now, the barrel second is obviously a longer, later maturing type of barrel that has more extension from his shoulders forward, and it's just a longer, spiny barrel. For that kind of length, I still think he does a great job of just keeping things in proportion. Now, I didn't see him as busted open. I didn't see him as powerful, as stout, and ultimately that's what landed him in the second hole. And obviously, as I started to just really get critical on him, his ham-loin wasn't quite as fancy. He wasn't quite as maxed out going away. He wasn't quite as big in terms of his structure, and that's ultimately what landed him. And I guess if he was just a nickel sounder himself and a nickel stouter, he probably would have won the class. But that's an awesome pair to sort. Young lady, you got a very nice second place barrel. Congratulations to you. The Hawker 3 is another one that I would love to just use in a class and talk about how good she is. And she just happened to land in a hornet's nest in the class because that gill has the basics. She's wide, she's shapely, she's stout. She's not as correct as we study her out of her hip and hump, maybe not quite as elevated in terms of her shoulder height and the way that her head and neck blends into her shoulder, but she's heavy-legged, she's open-chested, she's got a big, powerful hip. That's a really interesting breeding piece as you put her into that next stage in life. The Hawker 4 is another one that's just very solid. The young lady's done just a fabulous job of getting that one cared for, presented. As I started to compare, that's a barrel that maybe wants to get a little bit under shoulder, maybe just not quite the extension and cleanness that we have through the shoulder and neck of her, but that's still one that's got dimension, that's got power, that's got bone, just maybe not in the package that we had to the top of the drive. This one is taller fronted and more attractive than the one right above. I just didn't see as much to her. She's a little flatter in her shoulder, she's a little harsher and flatter in terms of her rib, not the structure, just simply not the power in the meat animal shape that we had in the top of the drive. We round the class with some hogs that are still very, very good in their own right. And as I started to study these three in motion, I just didn't see the balance. I didn't see the hip and hind leg that we had towards the top. Really a fun class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors as they head back.
Placing Class 7 Hampshires. First, Cody DeBose, Abernathy FFA. Second, H. Fellow, Plainview FFA. Third, Jeff Stevenson, Abernathy FFA. Fourth, Keller Hale, Abernathy FFA. Fifth, Eddie Lees, Abernathy FFA. Sixth, Maddox Dominguez, Abernathy FFA. Seventh, Keller Hill, Abernathy FFA. Eighth, Sebastian Romero, Sales Center FFA. First and second place Hampshires to the show ring. They need your first and second place Hampshires. Want to thank the folks from Hale Center for helping us in the show ring here in the Hampshire Drive. Need to remind the folks of Cotton Center that we're going to need your help coming up.
very close call here on the top, and ultimately the better built barrel that just has a more flexible, more secure hind leg is going to win the drive. That's a young man here to my left. Congratulations to him. Stepping behind this pair, and that barrel just really more square and secure. Pin set off to the arena surface, and I just think he has a better ability to utilize his hind leg with just more force, with just a longer, looser kind of a stride. And then I think on the top side of him, that's still a dense backbone, it's square-bladed and square-hip. He's not as attractive as the barrel that ends up in second, and that's where it's close. I love the front 2/3 of this guy's body. Really stout arm, really blends and proportions extremely well. Just a picture-perfect silhouette from the side. As I started to study the mobility of this guy, he's a little more lethargic and shorter in his step. He's not as secure in the way that he plants it and handles it. I just wish that he would just plant his legs, push his passes off and regroup and do it all over again. He's just a little bit more wobbly jaw as he starts to study in there, but the front 2/3 of him is very good, and that's still a very nice one to be in that second hole. The Hawker 3 is another one that's just very solid. A little rounder hip, a little flatter body, a little more mature through the front third of her skeleton, but I just thought that she was sounder and just more complete. There's a big power hog that needs to be longer hip and looser striding. A good guy as a gilt that we come out here that again wants to narrow as a study her underneath, maybe just not the body and flank and body that we have in a couple of these others. A good guy as a gilt here that needs to be more secure out of her hip and hind leg. I'd like to just redesign her from the side. Oh, a nice kind of a barrel here that needs to be just a little looser in terms of his hip and hind leg, a little pressure back. Really a solid class all the way through. Congratulations to them all.
Placing Class 7, Class 8 championship. First, Jesse Castillo, Hale Center FFA. Second, Andrew Miller, Abernathy 4H. Third, Lee Ramirez, Hale Center FFA. Fourth, Gage Medina, Hobson FFA. Fifth, Mason K, WFFA. Sixth, Cole Crocker, Hale Center FFA. Seventh, Deanie Sanchez, 20 FFA. 8th, William Lawson, 20 4H. We'll now have our championship amateur drive.
Folks, if you would, put your hands together for these class winners we have. The Hampshire Drive was deep, it was stout, it was tough, and these class winners, I think, represent that extremely well. And like most cases, I think it becomes a two-horse race and nothing against the other three. I just think there's a pair of them that probably fall into my wheelhouse just a little faster. And then between the two, and it is splitting hairs, and again, I'll try to do my part in describing what I see. And again, if you disagree with that, then again, I think we can always be okay. And I think that's what our industry needs to be better at, is just being okay, agreeing to disagree. And so, trust me, I've got work to do in that department as well. So let's just talk about them, and I'll just show my cards. The two that I'm fighting for is the young lady here closest to me. This is a very interesting barrel. He just is so stout right there at the arena surface, big arm, really a big featured barrel. It's got a big old fat hind leg. And he doesn't disappoint. When you get up on top of him, he's square out of his blade, he's genuine in his back shape, he squares out of his hip, got a good show barrel look and skull that's laid into him. Really a round body though that's just very conventional in the way that he's made. And that's him. The gills going across the ring, man, she's a rock star. I love the look, the presence, the elegance that she displays. She's probably just a little cuter next as we compare to the barrel. Probably a little cleaner in her pull and maybe just a little bit more intriguing in the way that her jawline is laying into the top part of her shoulder and blade. And she might even be just a little bit crisper and leaner in terms of her back shape. Not saying that one isn't dense, and he's a grizzly there, but just to really split them apart. Maybe doesn't have the rear leg structure, maybe doesn't quite have that pop right there through her forehead and just body. As we started to go back and forth, she probably holds the edge in terms of just side presence and profile. This would hold the edge in terms of just bigness, a feature, and skull and bone and body shape. And so, again, it's a dogfight all the way through. The heavier structure he bangs is going to be champion. Congratulations to the young lady in the match. drop the Hogan second, and again, that's just a very complete one that is loose and square, and got a good back leg into her. I thought it was awfully close between a pair of them. We've got to keep them together. A hammer of a reserve hand. Congratulations there.
Class 9, Burks. We need you in the show ring. Class 9, Burks. Champion Hampshire, Cash Martin, number 94H. Reserve champion, Riley Myers, number 94H. We need some help from the folks from Cotton Center, please.
Still good on everything? I think the whole music festival kind of started it off hot. You see that?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, they still been having stuff. No, on Monday when I was down there. We didn't put anything out this week. Was trying to figure out exactly what we put out. Plus, let it die down a little bit from there.
Because they weren't the ones that came.
Exactly. So we're gonna let things die down.
When are we going to be able to go down there? When are we going to go set up?
Oh, I got it. Wrong topic.
That's the exact thing. So, the way the schedules this year fell, it was everything was a week closer than what it had been. So we give them a week to clean up that place before we can start setting stuff up. And normally we get it in there right as soon as that we get their week is out. But this time, their deal ends on the 23rd. So then the weekend, that would be the earliest one, the 31st, which would be when things are moving into Fort Worth. Which that creates hell for everybody, right? Get down there.
How many birds?
So it's like, we work with like this labor agency down there, we're hiring people to help, build plans and whatnot. Here's the kicker. This still isn't decided, it's not a for sure thing or not, but they said, we have a little problem. The county said that potentially we use the barn as a totally drive-through for the week of February 1st. That was like, that means we got like all the days to send this whole thing up. Now, the only
Like
thing,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday before we
but I mean, it would be the whole week prior to that. So yeah, we would get like that. Monday through Wednesday. So, so I was like, man, I ain't making it easy on the pastor shit. So, but the thing is if they end up doing that drive-through deal, we're gonna try to make sure that they just use the back after that show barn, so we can get the arena and stuff set while that's going on, prior to it or something like that. And then once they leave, setting up the ends is easy. I mean, we've got the diagrams built. It's just always when you start doing the intricacy of the lane and all the holding things, it's
I've got rooms starting on Thursday. So we'll have a work day. Transplant.
Well, honestly, so that's what they've done last year. I tell them, it's just too expensive. I know it's super convenient and great because you literally boom, boom. That's what's happened the last 2 years. Well, drop down.
Class 10, first. You need to come to the show ring. Class 10 first.
Really a challenging class to just line up and have it make sense. Ultimately, the young lady here to my left is going to win the drive. Congratulations to her. I think that's a complete fall free barrel that being fresher and more youthful through the front end of his body. And as I started to compare on down the road, he's got width and muscle. He's got a good loose hind leg laid into him. Just a really solid, high quality one to go ahead and lead with. And then from there, maybe he gets even tighter and closer. The Hale second is one that I think is just a little heavier structure, maybe just a little bit more proportioned in terms of side view and just the way that things blend. Is a little man skill. He's going to end up in the second. So obviously, giving up talent and performance, and that needs to change. And he needs to grab the gear and go ahead and make way to these later shows. But that's one that's just all free and opened up and more square and just more genuine up high than the Hale 3. The Hale 3 is the young lady's guilt, and I love the structure, the ball work in that one. Wasn't narrow as a cave, but as you start to study the top and the bottom side of the skeleton, I just thought that that guilt worked with a looser, stouter kind of a hind leg than the powerful guilt that runs in the core. The Hale 4 is just really dimensional, really thick, really muscular. At the same time, off the top of this drive, the most restricted out of the hip and accommodated the most force through the front third of the body. I think the bottom two Hales are still very respectable in their own right. Reed is a little tighter in terms of the really talented class. Congratulations to them.
Class 6, Class 9 clerks. First, Taylor Ashley, Hale Center FFA. Second, Owen Holder, Representative 4A. Third, Jasmine Ballestero, UFFA. Fourth, Raymond Sabello, UFFA. Fifth, Eddie Lee, UFFA. Sixth, Austin Moore, Hale Center FFA.
An outstanding pair, and obviously different in terms of composition And so that, again, creates just a very interesting and challenging decision from my perspective. One of them just reads more genuine. I prefer the skull and neckline uprights is better than this particular gilt. I think that you turn and ask these two to come right at you. I think that's the bolder, chested, square knee gilt that just maintains trueness and squareness to the arena surface. I think the top side of this girl's body and skeleton just reads more expressive, and just on the square kind of a blade, I think there's more forward shape. I think there's just a harder muscle kind of gilt that's just more right in terms of her composition. Young man still closest to you. I would like to smooth her in her hair more and make her more ideal, but she is and as far along in her flank as we got into the gilded second. The gilded second obviously is very well prepared. She definitely has more fluff, and that obviously makes her look extremely good from the side. And that type of a smooth blend, young lady can show the wheels off of her. As I started to just break her down and just look through that, that's a thicker neck gilt that just didn't have the jawline, didn't have the squareness right there at the arena surface. What is the strip there on the back side of her shoulder. And I didn't see her hip and hind leg functioning quite as loose and easy as the class winning gilt, but that's still a very bold, high quality, highly gifted kind of a gilt that is very elite in her own right. The Hawk 3 is another one that I think has a good presence, just not the shape up high, not the squareness down low. 4 and 5 are still good kind of a Hawk. Get just a little higher and rounder on each end of the bodies. Really a good class. Nice pairing lead. Congratulations to them all.
Placing class 10 first. First, Paige Sierra, Wilson FFA. Second, Sidney Miller, FNS 4A. Third, Mason McKay, UFFA. Fourth, Cole Carter, Wilson FFA. Fifth, Ellie Dyke, Petersburg FFA. We'll now have our champions of first round, and we're ready for our class 11 spots to come to the show ring. Class 11 spots.
Okay.
I think I take
Just gonna let them all out.
Not the biggest number of the division that we've had, and then I think the quality here at the top is extremely good. There's a pair of them, and I think just read very elite. It was a close call in class, and again, I think these two could probably fight it out every weekend and have a different kind of an outcome. One of them is just simply better in terms of their jawline, and just I think more appropriate in terms of their composition. I like the shoulder and knee and foot set in this gilt a fraction better than what's going to end up being reserved for reserve is stouter, fluffier, and probably just has just a little bit more bubble as you get into a rear leg. Really a close call and probably just not the right way to go about it. Let's keep them together. Young man, you're going to be champion.
Champion Buster, Paige Sierra, Wilson FFA. Reserve champion, Sidney Miller, FNS 4A. One group I failed to recognize a while ago was all the junior board members that have been helping us during the week at the show, especially these young ladies that are doing the ribbons for us today. Thank you very much.
Hey, champion.
I was there when you chose the
Class 12 spots. You need to come to the show ring, please. Class 12 spots.
really a nice pair to lead off the slider division. The young man's predominantly whitewood. I think just Reed's style and more durable active reading the surface and doesn't disappoint you when you get up on top of it. Really good square and proportions from the side. Just a really elite one to go ahead and lead with. There's a lot of similarities with the Joe that rounds into the second hole. Not as smooth or hand one, not as heavy structured or big footed there at the surface, but still fresh back, fresh body, good looking, just a really solid one to be in that second hole. There's probably more stuff. If you get in the barrel on three, rounded body, and thicker in it at the same time, a little shorter on each end, not the look, not the extension, not the squareness of hip or the length of hip that we have in 1 and 2. And then on down the road, 4, 5, and 6 are still really good, stout-legged holes. It's got some power. I run into some more problems as you start to break these down structurally. Not as fresh, not as youthful, just not as correct. Really a nice class to start this division. Congratulations to them.
Class 11 stops. First, Robbie Signer, from the FFA. Second, Clayton Rose, representing the FFA. Third, Austin Moore, representing the FFA. Fourth, Brecton Brasco, Pittsburgh FFA. Fifth, Oscar McKenzie, Plainview FFA. Sixth, Ashley Reese, Pittsburgh 4. Seventh, Eli Soto, Pittsburgh FFA.
That's all right.
I saw my face and how dry my beard was.
We're ready for the Class 13 stops. Bring Class 13 stops to the show ring.
I think the easiest thing to do is to start with the young lady here in the middle. That's the balanced, good looking one that looks like she's on her way up and on her way down. Fresh back, good body, good looking from the side. Just a really solid one to start. Spend more time between 2 and 3. Ultimately, the sounder legged, easier moving one's going to go ahead and lead. And I think there's one that's another one that is really good in the turn to the center part of his body. Not as shapely up high, not as attractive or useful to the front third, but still yet he's fundamentally correct. He's production oriented, and I thought it was that dimension and just that squareness and looseness that allowed me to go ahead and beat the better one 3. The whole 3 is just a little more surprising, a little meatier right there on the top part of this pole. I didn't see the dimension, I didn't see the shape up high, and then again another one that gets just a little bit different in the way that he handles his hind leg. A really good kind of a barrel with the 4-hole, another one that is really soft-bodied and just a lot of pliability through there. A little more vanilla there through the top side of his body, just a little moisture, a little fleshier than what I've seen my deal, and I just didn't see enough meat animal shape in that one. 5, 6, and 7 are still good holes for these young people. Maybe struggle just a little bit more in terms of their flexibility, but still get good kind of projects for these kids. Nice class. Congratulations to them all.
Placing. I hate this, man. Placing, class 12. Stop. First, Jenny Garcia, Lady FFA. Second, Jess Hole, Abernathy FFA. Third, Nathan Capella, Lady FFA. Fourth, Jasmine Farfan, Petersburg FFA. Fifth, Caitlin Dudley, Edison FFA. Sixth, Tia Sports, Hale Center FFA. Seventh, William Lawson, Lakeview 4H.
That's what I told him we laughed about. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Your first and second place spots in the show ring. First and second place spots.
really a great pair to just lead with and talk about and discuss. The young lady, that edges out the other is just a little taller front, a little more proportioned in terms of the side view and just the way that things come together. I think that's the more powerfully muscle there, or gilt ups the two. I think there's just more density, more roundness of rib, more shape and thickness up high as we start to go back and forth. It probably even edges this gilt out in terms of just ruggedness and heaviness and structure. Just a really solid one to go ahead and lead with. Now, the gilded second probably leads just a little longer on each end of her body. I love the extension she has from her blades forward. Really a loose mane kind of a gilt that takes a good stride out of her shoulder and knee. I really appreciate that type of angularity up through her front end. A little more vanilla up high, a little more fragile in terms of a rear leg foam. And again, maybe just not that lights out side view that we had in the gilt that goes ahead and wins. Really a production-oriented heavy leg one that drops out the gate next. Another one that gets just a little plainer up high, a little more narrow, and a little more vanilla when you get it behind her. Maybe just not that extra punch that we had in 1 and 2, but I love the heaviness of skeleton. I love the rugged look that he has. And then as we start to let the remaining rolls go, this is another one that gets just a little more winded up. Through her top line and out of her hip, still has some muscle and shape about it. Another very powerfully made one here that gets just a little rounder on each end of this guy's body. The bottom two walls in this respective round, really just a little step. The probably just didn't get here as easy as you start to look into the composition. But fastest one, congratulations to him.
Placing class 13 spots. First, Hale Keys, top center FFA. Second, Hale, Western FFA. Third, Jacqueline Sparta, Lakeview FFA. Fourth, Kate Pinkerton, Lakeview FFA. Fifth, Cole Crawford, Elton FFA. Sixth, Kylie Rao, Elton FFA. Seventh, Reese Roberts, Pittsburgh FFA. We will now have our champion spot drive. You can bring your class 14 poets, showing class 14 poets.
look at again, not the numbers, but the top of the drives of these classes have been very good. And I think it gets awfully close and maybe closer than what I originally thought coming into this, but there is one that I just continue to gravitate towards. I think that she fits the type and the mold and the blend that we've been looking for throughout the day. I like the proportions, I like the looseness, the skeleton. I like how square and true she is at the arena surface. In particular, you get in behind this skeleton. I really like where she plants the hood, wide pin, square, and then she keeps that squareness all the way to the surface, fresh up high, round in her body. Young man flyweight to the champion. Congratulations. Draw the gilt in second out, and that's another just very high class kind of a gilt that's loose and shapely. Maybe just not quite as organized as these studies are compared to another one in this drive. I thought it was awfully close between the pair of them. We're going to keep them together. Young lady, here's my life to be reserved.
Champion spot, Brody Simon, Plainview FFA. Reserve champion spot, Anna Garcia, Plainview FFA.
See ya.
Yeah, we've been checking with JP. Cool. That's a good.
Get out.
The only one I don't want. Your red ones have got like 2 or 3. Are you worried, Mariah?
We are ready for the class 15 Polands. Class 15 Polands to the show ring.
Talk about second. It's like, well, you couldn't get a stick. This year, after the first 2 shows, I was like, the family thing, about 4 weeks ago. The last 2 shows, it's like so good. When the Jacksons will be born, because this time, it doesn't matter if they're born, you said they're boys.
Oh, he sold it for a little. I'm gonna find out.
If she's in red, she wasn't boxed. She was boxed.
Well, I don't have that. Which is it? Second.
The easiest thing to do in this time is to start with the young lady closest to me. That's a stout feature, good balance yoke that's loose and correct on each end, has width, has power, just a really nice one to start the drive with. Obviously spent the most time second thought down the road. The other heavy-legged one that I think is just more athletic and more square is the Maryland second as we compare it to the Halton 3. The Halton 3 is probably a little softer body that blends just a little better down in the back line. I didn't see him messed up in terms of his footwork. I didn't see the sweat in terms of his muscle as he got in behind you. But I thought that his looseness of stride and just his freshness from the profile was a fraction better than the ball to drop out in the next hole. This is another good body ball that's got a lot of fitness when you get in behind him. A little more set at the shoulder, a little shorter, steeper by his rump, just not as long in terms of his set as we let the remaining balls go. These are still good animals that just didn't quite have the freshness, didn't quite have the completeness at the top of the drive. Nice class all the way through. Congratulations.
Hannah.
Class 14 total. First, Sidney Miller, representing Florida. Second, Hannah Garcia, like UFFA. Third, Colton Campbell, representing 4H. Fourth, Fallon, representing UFFA. Fifth, Brandon Clyburn, Center FFA. Sixth, Brandon Clyburn, Center FFA. Seventh, Avery Ken 2, Petersburg FFA. Eighth, Ashley Reeves, Petersburg 4H.
Yeah, that was, she needs water. That was
You need a drink, Hannah?
Yes. My drink's over there with mine.
Hannah.
Yes.
You tell Brady to come over here.
I'll chat back.
Smile, baby.
Grab me read. This one, two. No, you. I said three. They're crosses? You want to work the rings in a minute? Thinking about it. Work with us. It's me and Jaden so far. Brody's done. Just let my chicken express set on me and then I'll keep that. Come on, Jaden. Get it up. Bones are hard to pick. Dude, I can't believe I got mine broke. Whose pig is that for? Keith. It's the nose. We got all three of mine. We got four. Yeah? Oh. We got three. That's all. And the part is this one. Just if it gets first place, hopefully. If it gets first place,
Josh and Mandy and the kids and you and stuff.
so she got a third for Brett.
It's hard. Like any place that was recently cheap would be like a one-bedroom cabin somewhere out there. I did.
Yeah, so like.
But it's like
Freaking Poland, not like him here. Just what's the liquid? Two Keep parking with the guys.
That thing goes. It goes. We don't know what to do with it. Oh, no.
There's no access.
No, sorry. No, part of it. I don't know.
Really a tough class to sort and make sense of, honestly. This class is full of knuckleheads as you start to study under motion, and that always creates its own set of challenges, but I do feel the most comfortable with 1 and 2 to lead this particular class, feeling that he's still in my mind. It's just a better looking, more proportional kind of a guild that I think just reads longer on each end, fresher and just smoother, more blended down the back line. Not to say that the guild in second isn't that. I think that's another that's really good and shapely up high. I just didn't see the blend. I didn't see just the proportion in her. Got just a little bit more rigid down the top line, maybe not as long fronted or as long hip as we saw with the heavy legged and sound non-moving, and there's just more dimension in her as we got into the Gilpin 3. The Hawken 3 is another one that just reads sounder and just more square at the surface as we start to work her towards the bottom of the drive. The big frame long pattern one comes next. It's just too flat and narrow as you start to walk her towards the ground. The young man's Gilpin next is another one that's rounded body and probably has force. Then the Gilpin drive just doesn't handle or hit behind legs good. The Gilpin goes out the gate right there. There's another one that's good looking, but again, another one that just needs more width and punch as you start to study that one coming and going. It's got a real big body, kind of a well here. Just a little sailor, a little moisture, just not as much shape. It's just a little moisture, I guess, as you start to study him underneath. Really nice job. Congratulations to those kids.
That's amazing.
Well, the first thing I need to do is thank the top center for helping us do these last 3 grades. And remember, remind the folks in Plainview that we need your help to go up to the Chester. Placing, class 15, Holden, first, Mason, Sierra, Hale Center FFA. Second, Beverly Fitzgerald, Plainview FFA. Third, Johnson 2, Petersburg FFA. 4, Lexi Hernandez, Plainview FFA.
Like now.
Brendan Parker, Hale Center FFA. 6, Coach Perry, Petersburg. 7, Justin Thomas, Petersburg FFA. The Ohio Taylor, Anthony Cole.
Nice forward drive. I think the easiest thing to do is to use my champion, and then it really gets tough and close for reserve. Get ready, you're going to have it in that next review. Very nice forward, Gilpin, to go ahead and represent this drive. As we get into the Gilpin reserve, I think that's where it gets challenging. That's where it needs to study. Dropping to get a better line of second as long and obviously is athletic and stout. Also, low top when you get it behind me. Maybe just not the win that we have in our champion. The young ladies Gilpin that represented the heavy division is one that's probably a little square on, maybe just a little more better pattern from the side. I like their second best young lady out of the heavy division is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Class 16 Chesters, we're ready for you to celebrate. Class 16 Chesters. Champion Poland, Sydney Miller, never had before. Reserve champion, Mason Sierra, Hale Center FFA.
Hey, younger. What are you doing? I don't think they're going to be satisfied. I don't think, I just don't think that they would do everything that they've done. They'd just be like, let it go. Like there's something. So, is that and take the test or something? Yeah. So I was like, oh, you can just do away with that. And I'm like, no, some like, and I was like, the majority of kids just, you know, it's
Could we get 3 more people to plunge you to help with the show rating?
it's just a nerd. Like everyone else. I don't know. I'm supposed to go down to see him. I'm sick, and when I send him a message, it's like, can you keep your distance going down? That's fine. 8 times better. It's fine.
We're ready for the class 17 Chester in the show ring. Your class 17 Chester.
Really an awesome way to start the Chester division. I wasn't expecting this, just to be completely honest. You never know what you're going to get when we get into these down here breeds, but this is a great class all the way through. We didn't have any blowouts, we didn't have any fights, and these hogs are good quality and compositionally, structurally, this is just a really outstanding class. I hope you folks that are on ringside would agree with that. We landed on a pair of that are obviously very different in terms of where they're at their maturity. Obviously, we've got Gilpin there, and obviously that plays a role in their endpoint and where they're at compositionally as well. I'd like you to start with the most ready of the pair, and that's the young ladies yoke here closest to me. That's a very stout-featured, heavy-legged yoke that leads denser up to the upper part of the body. Really a big-shouldered, square-back yoke that powers exceptionally well, blends really good in terms of the way that she looks from the side. Won't be a one-runner, just a good kind of a hole to go ahead and start with. I love projecting this barrel and second up to those heavier weights. That's a long hip barrel that's got a good bend to his hind leg, got a good set to his shoulder, really opens up, really good turn to the center part of his body. He's greener. He's greener in his condition. He's greener in the thickness that he has up high. Just not as ready, not the bells and whistles that we have in our class winner, but I'll take him like that every day of the week. If he was mine at home, I wouldn't want him anywhere else to where he's at in that respective condition. Another is probably just for hard muscle in the Gilpin 3 as we go into the hole that was right above him. I did see the body shape. I did see the squares when he stepped in behind her. She wants to pressure up the outside of her heel and just roll her off ever so slightly as you get it behind her. But I love the view from the side. I love that hard square back that's laid into her. Just a little harsher body, a little more rounded, a little more roll as you get it behind her. But that's still a very high quality kind of a haul. I'll take a look like this every day of the week. I love this guy's profile. Tall shoulders, short body, long fronted, really an interesting look. I hope that this guy responds whenever they ask him to. Today he's just a little green in his britches, just doesn't quite have the horsepower, but if he responds to a beef bucket, man, that dude's a gamer. Just a little skinny today. And then the hog here is another one that has more shape, just a little rounder, a little tighter. Another one right here that's got all kinds of muscle and power. Again, we're just a little shorter about her hip, a little tighter on each end of her body, and a little closer and pressure to the front third. Just a really good class all the way through. Congratulations to him.
Placing class 16 Chester. First, Cash Martin, representing 4A. Second, Reese Hullaker, representing 4A. Third, Stephen Lewis, representing 4A. Fourth, Riley Campbell, representing 4A. Fifth, Jess Hall, representing the FFA. Sixth, Mason McKay, Plainview FFA. Seventh, Austin Moore, Wilson FFA. Eighth, Colt Barrett, Plainview 4A.
Well, I know I got in trouble for that because they went up there with no shoulder. I don't know that for sure. We have a real much trouble. That'll let you know the judge.
So one thing, so if we can, everybody Charlie during the show
You can bring your class 18 walkers, class 18 walkers to the show ready.
Got a real elite look. We want to go ahead and start this particular class. Love the stoutness that she shows. Really a three-dimensional hog that's bulked up and has plenty of spread up high, thick and powerful when you get in behind her. Heavy-bedded, good looking, just a really high-quality one. That is a very, very logical place to start in this respective drive. Spend more time between 2 and 3 and ultimately the longer hip, longer stride, square hind leg that goes ahead and wins the drive or goes ahead and wins that pair, excuse me. He's not as tricked out up high. He's not as fun to look at on the side. That's where the Gilpin 3 excels. She's a little more attractive. She's a little sharper right there behind your shoulder. But at the same time, you set her behind that one, and that's one that maybe wants to swivel out of her head and just rolls her prop, just wants to get on the outside of her body wall as you start to study her going away. A real white-chested, big hip one comes next. Needs to be taller on it, needs to be sounder and fresher as you start to study her top side. Pedal here runs out of gas in terms of width and power, but really heavy leggings. We're really a thick body one here that needs more shape. Needs to be a little more square in terms of hip off the ground. Get right here to round out the ground. Looks like we're fighting a little bit of an injury, but that's still a real quality kind of a hog that's important that she isn't doing too good today. A really nice try. Congratulations to them.
Oh, 16 class 17 J. Chesters. First, Landry Miller, representing 4A. Second, Justin Lewis, representing 4A. Third, Colton Campbell, representing 4A. Fourth, Casey McKay, UFFA. Fifth, Clayton Alvarado, UFFA. Sixth, Ali Dykers, UFFA. Seventh, Aubrey Mendes, UFFA. We will now show for our champion chest.
Actually, my crosses. I just don't. They're too weird. That's just like.
Couldn't be prouder of the Chester exhibitors that we have here. Doesn't take you long, doesn't take a guy long to know that if you're going to have a Chester or any family or for that matter, just be prepared for some challenges, both from many views, but primarily just their attitude. And man, I've been very pleased with what we've been able to look through and sort out. And I can be proud of the class winners we have. And it's all close between the two class winners. I think it's a dogfight. I think it's splitting hairs. I think in the end it'll be interesting to see how this pair ends up going wherever the endpoint is deciding to be. So today, judging in the day, there's one of them that's probably just a little better together in terms of top line. I think that my champion probably wins just a fraction better, primarily right there through her endpoint hookup. Probably is just a little more fine in terms of her composition. Maybe gives her just a softer, more blended look as we start here from the side. Probably on the extra punch that we have in her chest and just sheer power when you get in behind her. That's certainly going to go to the gilt that ends up in reserve. But I think she's the safer, more blended gilt that probably is just a little more secure or a little more safe as you get in behind her and study hip off the ground. Yeah, man, you're going to have champion. The power of the big chest is on, it's more massive when you get in behind her will be a reserve. I need to tweak her just a little bit for him point, and maybe he wants to play with that, and just ever so slightly as you get in behind her. Awesome pair of testers represent this division. Congratulations.
Our champion tester, Landry Miller, representing 4A. Reserve champion, Cash Martin, representing 4A.
Shut up, Kaylee. Okay?
Class 19 Yorkshires, you can bring them to the show ring. Class 19 Yorkshires.
traditional, bigger body barrel, those are headwinds that drive, realizing that he's not a stout in terms of his bone and feature as we compare to the Gilpin second. The Gilpin second is so good in the forearms, she's so good in the front leg of her body, really sharp and fresh up high. I like the presence that she has. She's just a little bit different in terms of just the way that she handles her hind leg. It's just a little drier through the center and lower part of her body. Just not as ready as we start to compare to the barrel that goes ahead and wins. I like a lot of things about the young lady's Gilpin 3. Good back shape, good body weight, just not as good in terms of just her overall condition, a little flat body, a little flat body, just not as opened up front to rear as we studied there going and coming. Now there is more stuff in the Gilpin 4. It's just a little off and hot, maybe just not the balance from the side. The whole gear drop out there. This is another heavy, is one that needs to be heavier legged. It just isn't square hip off the ground. The bottom three bolts in this particular run, just don't run if you want problems as you get in behind them. Really a nice class. Good way to start this ride. Congratulations to them.
Placing for Class 18 Yorkshires. First, Landry Miller, Eminence 4A. Second, David Rose, Eminence FFA. Third, Sidney Butler, Vicksburg FFA. Fourth, David Kettner, Vicksburg FFA. Sixth, Steve Drescher, Florida. Bring your Class 20 Yorkshires to the show ring. Class 20 Yorkshires.
Get it, girl. Jake says, I'm not going. What did you walk? No, it's not.
The three-dimensional good looking one goes ahead with this really good square as that heel turns and comes at you. Really hard back and long and level and square out of her hip and hind leg. Really just a solid market-oriented heel that's got a lot of genuine shape up high and just really true as you start to study that and going towards the arena surface. Probably take just a little more time between 2 and 3 and the style and legged, just Denser Maitland goes ahead and edges out the young lady's heel. I just read that one as just that. Bigger featured, thicker and more dimensional up high. I like the modifying right there in his hamline hook up. I like the clean right there in the crest of his neck, but that's still a heavy-legged, good moving one that's got all kinds of power up high. The Vulcan 3 is another one that probably reads fresher, more youthful than the Battle of the At the same time, that's a gilt that maybe wants to get a little tighter and shorter about her hip. Just didn't utilize her hind leg as well. Maybe just not quite that extra punch that we have in the barrel. But I certainly appreciate the presence, the freshness, and just that profile that gilt gives you through the front third of her body. The rounder hip one here needs to be just fresher and just square hip off the ground. Same as he said about the young ladies that often comes right in front of me. Not the heaviness of structure, not the hip and hind leg that we have with some of those right above. And then as we start to let that last pair out, these are still growth-oriented homes that just didn't quite have the skeleton, didn't quite have the totals to move any higher today. Nice class. Congratulations to them all.
Placing class 19 walk. First, Gretchen Shipley, Abernathy FFA. Second, Natalie Ashton, Hale Center FFA. Third, Carson Kettner, Petersburg FFA. Fourth, Jim Stevens, Abernathy FFA. Fifth, Carson Kettner, Petersburg FFA. Sixth, Lenny Thompson, Petersburg FFA. Seventh, Braxton McKinney, Abernathy FFA.
Just they go without. I'm on video, and that's okay. It's getting harder and harder to get.
I'd like to thank the folks from Plainview for helping us here with our drive to York and the Chesters. Need to remind the Abernathy folks, you can start bringing your class 21 crosses, class 21 crosses.
mine and my grandfather used the same thing.
Maybe a drive that it's just a little more challenging to line up, but just still good about it all the way through. But the young lady here to my right is going to go ahead and win, and I think that's so just because she gets those boxes checked. She has the structure, the look, the natural, genuine shape, and the freshness of back and body that we've been looking for throughout the day. She keeps things square as she goes towards the arena surface. I would like to just bend her hind leg with just a little bit more turn there, and maybe just clean her crest to make her just absolutely ideal. But that's still a very quality looking gill that has a tremendous amount of value with whatever route that they decide to go. Again, another close call here on the middle pair here. The gilt in second just reads denser and stouter and more powerful than the gilt that was right beneath her. I would like to lengthen her from her shoulders forward and maybe just clean her right there in the top part of the pole. She's another one that wants to move her shoulder just a little more forward than I need my gill, and that's where the gilt in three is probably better. There's probably just a better angle to the front leg in this gilt. At the same time, I didn't read her stout. She's just a little more fragile, a little smaller than her leg bone, and maybe just a flatter shoulder type of gilt that she too maybe wants to hinge and swivel out of her hip and pump as you put that one on the go. A good kind of a hawk here that gets too stellar high, wants to roll his honk as you watch that one go away. 6, 7, and 8 are still heavy leg moments that got some power, but as you start to set these in motion, these are the ones that maybe want to fall apart from a balance perspective. Just didn't handle their hind leg quite as well as you start to set them in compared to the top. Really an interesting class, a challenging class to place. Congratulations to them all.
Class 20, structure. First, Natalie H. Hale, America. Second, Ethan Rusher, 24. Third, Jay Patterson, Hale, America. Fourth, Brittany Brasco, Pittsburgh, FFA. Fifth, Sterling Perry, College Center 4A. Sixth, Sebastian Ramirez, Center FFA. Seventh, Eli Southern, Petersburg, FFA. We will now have our championship York drive.
on out here that just really hits me hard. I love the link that she shows on each end of her body, so long and well out of her hip. She bends her hind leg the way that one's supposed to. I like the youthfulness and the extension she has from her shoulders forward. And then you get on top of her and just study her there on the backside of her shoulder. She's genuine, she's shapely, she's expressive there. She keeps that shape down her top line. Everything runs north and south. Just a good build, good looking, shapely hall that I think has a tremendous amount of value and a tremendous amount of future. Young ladies medal division is going to have your champion. Congratulations. Drop the heavy-legged barrel and second out, and I think that's another one that gets right into the mix of things because he's good, he's an animal. Really love the structure in that guy, and that's another one that's got a good loose mobility behind. I mean, he reaches out of his shoulder, he's got a good bend to his hind leg. Maybe he wants to get just a little bit off kilter as you study him from the side, and just it doesn't quite get everything put together like it needs to, but that's still a very intriguing bear that I hope they can get a few things lined out on him, because I think his better days maybe ahead of him. So I think it gets maybe a little closer between our two other class winners. Obviously, the young man's lightweight is giving up just a little bit in terms of horsepower and maturity, but that's still a tall-shouldered, short-body hog that's got a good old whiskey barrel head laid into. Not the heaviest legged. I would like to just stout him to go ahead and match the mass that he has up high, but that's all for critical of a very well presented one. And really got the young lady's heavier weighted guilt that obviously is near the end of her career, and that's one that, as we taught her in class, is got all kinds of width and power. Maybe not the neckline, maybe not just a perfect kind of a hip and hind leg laid into her, but that's still a very powerful, very good structured kind of a hog that's square and full underneath, good kind of hog. So it's close, and it's certainly not an easy call. I like the future of the bear to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Okay, y'all can go ahead
Mr. Hale said, "Ever people come on down."
It's ready on the outside, let it go.
Mr. Hale said, Rowdy Hufflaker was supposed to come up here and help.
person's here.
We need class 22 crosses for the show ring, class 22 crosses.
Kind of like bringing a knife to a gunfight in this respective class. The Calico wins this drive and does so handily, salvated and good looking and good built, square and fresh, youthful, really a bright future hog in that one. The other freshman in this particular drive is the young man's blue in here. Just not the extra bells and whistles that we have in the class winner. A real powerfully made one that drops into the pre-hole. I'd like to freshen his hair and skin up and just loosen in terms of structure. Got a rounder hip hop here at 4 that just didn't quite have the bells and whistles. And then I just need to freshen the remaining holes in this class up. Just a little sailor, a little more rigid in terms of their movement. A nice way to start the crosses out. Congratulations to them all.
Second place goes to Kane Smith, Center FFA. Third place to Justin Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Fourth place, Lauren Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Fifth place, Jonathan Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Sixth place, Lauren Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Seventh place, Peyton Foster, Petersburg FFA. And eighth place goes to Taylor Boyd, Petersburg FFA.
know what you volunteered for.
When I seen you at the
Right, 30 miles.
How did you get broke into this?
Oh, Carla, you knew better than that.
But what else would you be doing?
That's right, that's right.
Girl, see you.
Class 23 crosses, you need to come to the show rail. Class 23 crosses.
Maybe a class of lines, just a little easier from top to bottom. I feel very good about the top pair that represents, ultimately my class winner is just a little denser, a little more spread open through the center part of the body, just a little further along in terms of chub and dimension and thickness, fresher back and bigger hips, and still so good looking and stout-legged from the side. She does want to knuckle just a little bit off of her rear too, but that's being extra critical of a very high quality, expensive looking kind of a deal, but I think has a tremendous amount of future. Love projecting this blue barrel up to those heavier weights. That's another cold shoulder, level hip barrel. It's got a good set of gears that's laid underneath me, really open and square underneath. I think that as this guy continues to chug and put on the pounds, I love the thought of him as a bigger market weight type of barrel. Just not the bells and whistles, not the shape up high. Young man's guilt that ended up in the 4-hole area, gets just too tight on each end, really extreme in terms of muscle and power. The black guilt that is in the 3-hole here is just sounder and shapely and just safer as we start to compare that particular pair on down the road and ran into a few more problems structurally. Nice job all over. Congratulations to them.
tough from the back end of the
Okay, class 22, first place, Hale King, Cotton Center FFA. Second place, Jay Patterson, Health Center FFA.
You see that curly hair coming around?
Third place, Carson Katner, Petersburg FFA. Fourth place, Brody Steiner, Plainview FFA. Fifth place, Case Smith, Health Center FFA. Sixth place, Brian Walden, Cotton Center 4H. Seventh place, Marisol Ramirez, Petersburg FFA. Eighth place, Alexis Moore, Plainview FFA.
Class 24 crosses, if you come to the show ring, class 24 crosses.
Water's got a little deeper in this particular drawing, I love them, really all the way through, just a lot of quality that comes with these particular holes. I like the top pair a good deal in terms of just these, this is a pair that just reads balanced from the side. I think they're comfortable on each end of their skeleton. They've got some squareness and look, as you set them from the side and get it on top of them. Ultimately, my class winner reads the loosest on each end of his body. I love the youthful brand that he's got laid into. He's a good body bear, reads fresh and square up high. Just one of those times that has the elite shoulder proportions that I think is only going to get better as he continues to put the pounds on and continues to mature. There is just a little bit more in the gilt itself, and she's a little bolder right there through her chest. She's a little crisper right there on the back side of her shoulder. Probably even has just a little bit more stuff when you step in behind her. I didn't see her as good through the center part of the rib. I didn't see her hind leg or her front feet quite as secure as you saw her setting and break down that particular pair. Two really elite ones that were very well presented and very well cared for. I like a lot of things about the young man's gilt, and then as we break into the young man's barrel and fork, the ultimately gilt grade is just a little cleaner to the front end, a little more beautiful, not quite as extreme as the barrel and fork. The whole fork is a very interesting pair. He is one of the bigger hind-legged hogs we've seen all day. A good body barrel that looks very production oriented. He's just a little coarser in terms of his neck line. Maybe just doesn't handle his hip and hind leg quite as secure. I hope they can get that line out because man, he's an animal where he's good at. The young man that drops out the nail up and yellow, a little flatter body, a little narrow headed, just not quite as square hip off the ground as he get it behind her. A good kind of a blue bar hand that needs to be sounder legged and square hip. A little shapely or fresh up high. I like to press this bottom pair up as you start to set it in. A little short, couple rounder, kind of a black gilt that rounds out the drive. Really a fun class, really did well on top. Congratulations to them all.
Okay, class 23 placings. First place, Reese Huffaker, Abernathy 4A. Second place, Hannah Garcia, Plainview FFA. Third place, Bowen Holder, Abernathy 4A. Fourth place, Rosa Sino, Plainview FFA. Fifth place, Callan Ballesteros, Plainview FFA. Sixth place, Katie Smith, Cal Center FFA. Seventh place, Nahima Gayton, Plainview FFA. And eighth place, Catherine Rao, Cal Center FFA.
Class 24 crosses, you can come to the show ring. Class 24 crosses.
Gary, keep going.
Barbara told me. Class 25 crosses, you can come to the show ring. Class 25 crosses.
Really a nice black gilt to lead this particular drive. Really squared, press up high, a good presence fault that reached fresh all the way through the body, a good useful kind of a front end. Really good in terms of just the structure and foot that's laid into it. Really solid one to go ahead and lead with. Really a stout power hole that drops into the second hole. This was probably wider and longer and thicker than the gilt that was right above. At the same time, he leads a little around him, that he's just not as loose and athletic as you study him on the move. But I thought that his width and his other skeleton was just a fraction better than a clown dog or off cold bear here in the 3-hole. That's a really big body, production-oriented hole. It's just a little plainer. They're on the top side of his body, a little moisture in terms of his condition. Maybe just not as strict, maybe not quite as clean in terms of his lines as you study him and compare him to the top. But I thought that he was a little looser, a little better body than the gilt before. This is a real tall-fronted, sharper loin gilt that definitely has just a more carcass-oriented kind of a look and skeleton. At the same time, she's not as stout in terms of her bone. She's not as good in her body, not as loose in terms of her hip and hind leg. 567 are still good bearers and probably gilts. This one needs just a little bit more width and power. I need to just stretch this one on each end of her body. I'd like to just freshen that one up and just show a little bit more of a animal shape as you get up on top of them. Really a nice class all the way through. Congratulations to those kids.
Class 24, first place goes to Helen Balastoris, Plainview FFA. Second place goes to Sebastian Ramirez, Center FFA. Third place goes to Mattis Flores, Center FFA. Fourth place goes to Darren Marquez, Petersburg FFA. Fifth place goes to Alexis Moore, Plainview FFA. Sixth place goes to Alexis Moore, Plainview FFA. And seventh place goes to Oscar Agendas, Plainview FFA.
Head up, then go.
Class 26 crosses, you can come to the show ring. Class 26 crosses.
Everything, same step or
Good job, Brennan. Good job, Brennan.
She would sit there. She got
Just an awesome pair to lead, and I think obviously a little bit of apples and oranges here. One of them looks like a lady, and one of them looks like a man, and so it makes it challenging. And I always love to do one or the other in terms of judging guilts against thirds, because really you get into a trend and you start to look and drift and gravitate towards the stouter, earlier ones. Well, chances are it's going to be the board page that's going to read that way, and that's just the way it is. And so the stouter legged earlier one's going to win this drive, and that's the young ladies to my right. I love them both. This one just reads just a little denser. They're in the arena surface. I love his proportions. I love how clean and youthful he is from the shoulders forward. He's a fresh back hole. He's got a good loose skeleton. He's not as clean jointed as the gills in second. I think that's what makes it close. I love how secure and how square she is whenever you get in behind her and watch that one go away. So good in terms of her lines. Beautiful. Elegant up to the front there of her body. There's not a round piece of body into her. Square-legged, square-backed, square-hipped. Everything goes north and south. Just not as heavy-legged, not quite as dense in terms of her bone as you go back and forth up that pair. I'll take them a lot like the Gilpin 3 all day long. That's just a good rock. She's moderate in size, she's short in body, she's got width and power and thickness. A little bunchier on each end of her body, a little more restricted in terms of her skeleton. But I thought that she was a nickel person, maybe just a nickel cleaner pole than the gilt that come right behind her. I think those are very similar in type and time. Maybe just not quite the punch that we had in the top of the drive, but that's still a very well presented, good body, thick ended kind of a gilt that reads with so much quality. A little here that needs to be just a little bolder all the way through, not as fresh through the front there of his body. This one definitely has more pie. Just a little shorter, a little more out the top when you get it behind that one. Good gun of the clown that all here that just seems more spread and more dimension. Bunch are pretty better. It's just a little shorter, a little wastier as you start to study him up front. Nice class. Really good there on the top. Congratulations to them.
Class 25, first place goes to Cash Martin, Abernathy 4H. Second place goes to Bobby Myers, Abernathy 4H. Third place goes to Brendan Parker, Health Center, FFA. Fourth place goes to Brendan Parker, Health Center, FFA. Fifth place goes to Alan Murphy, Abernathy, FFA. Sixth place goes to Cole Slaughter, Health Center, FFA. Seventh place goes to Sydney Butler, Petersburg, FFA. And eighth place goes to Alexis Moore, Plainview, FFA.
Class 27 crosses, we're ready for you in the show ring. Class 27 crosses.
would love to load this one up and take her home and see what we can do with her as far as thinking does, because that's a south-legged one that's just dense and moderate and athletic, really loose and long stride on each end of her body. Doesn't disappoint when you step up on top of her, just study the shape and spread that she has there on the backside of her shoulder. She's not anything that I consider cute or fancy. I mean, that's just a stout bug, rugged, robust kind of a gilt that just looks like a tremendous brood sow and still obviously has the width and the shape to be a really competitive market hog. And there's just more to her as we get into the bluebird in a second. The hog in second is probably taller shouldered and cleaner neck and a little fancier fronted. At the same time, he's flatter shouldered, he's flatter ribbed, and I just didn't see him as long in his stride on either end of his body. I didn't see him as busted open on high. I did think that there was a heavier leg and maybe just a little bit more to this one as we got into the Gilpin 3. I like the profile in the Gilpin 3. Tall fronted and really good down her back line. A youthful kind of a look through her head and neck. Another athletic gilt that squares to the arena surface extremely good. I didn't see her as robust in the center part of her rib. I didn't see her as genuine there on the backside of her shoulder. There is more stuff in the calico, really a thick ended, thick back kind of a gilt, a little rounder hip, a little more wrinkled in her ham loin, not as soft fronted, not as clean neck. The young man here that just shook my hand, that's a good kind of a bluebird that wants to get just a little bit puffy there in his hops, not as athletic as he needs to be off of his rear tube. Got a really nice pair of calicos here in front of me. The young ladies here to my right has got one that just needs to be a little bit more coordinated in terms of her movement. I'd like to just square her hip design, a good kind of a calico there that gets just a little more rigid in her ham line, not as robust in her body. A nice kind of a velvet gilt that rounds out the drive. Not as stout in terms of rear leg bone, just not the meat and potatoes that we have up towards the top. Really a good class all the way through. Congratulations to those.
Class 26, first place goes to Reese Huffaker, average 84.8. Second place goes to Kate Sierra, co-center FFA. Third place goes to A.D. Rusher, 24.8. Fourth place goes to Catherine Lau, co-center FFA. Fifth place goes to Jake Patterson, co-center FFA. Sixth place goes to Peyton Rose, average FFA. Seventh place goes to Kylie Brown, health center FFA, and 8th place goes to Kendall Jimenez, health center FFA.
Flags 28 crossing, come to the show. Flags 28 crossing.
Really a nice class that maybe lines a little easier than a couple that we've had before. I like the black yoke, the good deal. That's another one that, again, looks really expensive as you put her to the next stage in life. Heavy-legged and sharp-backed and tall-fronted and good soul. Really a good loose skeleton as you study her going away, and just the length of stride that she has on each end of her body. I love her ability to be attractive and still square back and so good in terms of her foot. That's a nice kind of a deal that I think is a real logical place to start. I like a lot of things about the calico the young man has there in the corner. That's another the young man's done a tremendous job of hair and skin and presentation. So good in her profile and pattern, really attractive and fresh and youthful to the front side of the body. A good round width this late entry. Not as heavy structured or big-footed as I started to compare to the black yoke, and that's ultimately the sorting factor. I thought there was a better kind of a skeleton, a better pattern, and just a more quality kind of a look at her as we got into the white velvet, heavier legged yoke in 3. This one is very dense. And her forearm, she's really sharp and dimensional up high. I didn't see her as fresh or youthful. I didn't see her as coordinated out of her hip and her leg as I started to compare. But I still thought there was more bone and mass in her than the calico that comes next. I need to sharpen that one's top side up, square her hip off the ground. A really powerful ended yoke here. It's just a little round, a little too wide, a little too extreme. A nice kind of a black yoke that needs more width and power. A good kind of a blue halter. It looks like we're fighting a little bit of a hot issue on that one. Just not as sound, not as correct as I started to compare to the top of the drive. Really a nice class all the way through. Congratulations to them.
Class 27, first place goes to Macy Sierra, Cup Center FFA. Second place goes to Peyton Alvarez, Plainview FFA. Third place goes to Celine Ramirez, Health Center, FFA. Fourth place goes to Jesse Castillo, Health Center, FFA. Fifth place goes to Modest Flores, Health Center, FFA. Sixth place goes to Anders Mohammed, Lakeview, FFA. Seventh place goes to Jake Castillo, Health Center, FFA.
We good? We're number one.
That's now on the top. Reload and down. I'm mad because you watched it. I'm gonna grab
Class 29 crossing. Class 29 crossing.
no doubt. See, that's a little bit of your
Laying on a pair of very stout and powerful barrels that just read with so much structure and dimension. Really impressive when you get up on top of this pair. They just show you the genuine shape that they have there on the backside of their blade. And then between the two, the blue barrel, I think, just reads a little longer stride. He's got a little better set to his shoulder and front knee. I think he just proportions a fraction better as he's settling from the side. Really an intriguing kind of a barrel that's got some of those extra heavy hitting pieces that still comes together in a functional kind of a package for this respective class. There's just a little bit more to the count with round up or off of the barrel as we start to compare between 2 and 3. He's stripped out a little more up high. He's a little leveler, a little better designed in terms of his back line. I'll be the first to admit, I like the smoothing and blending right there as him will put up, stretch his hip, block his shoulder back further into him and make him just absolutely ideal, but that's still a very intriguing barrel that obviously is maxed out as you start to study him up high and going away. An intriguing blind one that I thought might just go ahead and be a little bit more of a contender, but I had this back off of this guy. That's one that maybe wants to get up in the center part of the spine and tapers out of his hip, but just didn't quite have the balance or the structure or power compared to 1 or 2. But I thought that his hind leg and his beautiful front end was a fraction better than the young lady's north of all the comes next. That's another good small barrel that certainly has plenty of shape and power up high. I didn't see him utilizing his hind leg as well. I didn't see him stout in terms of his bone. A good body haul here that just needs to be taller, fronted, and shapelier. The black barrel is another one that just didn't quite get here as easy. He's a little more fragile, a little rounder hip, a little more tucked up there to his body and rib. A good kind of a mouse color here that needs more whip. Needs to be fresh and fronted as you study it there. A good kind of a black one that's really thick and muscular. A little rounder. It's just a little more out in terms of his top placement. A nice wedding and congratulations to them all.
Class 28, first place goes to Cody DeVos, Abernathy FFA. Second place goes to Alicia Ashby, Cal Center FFA. Third place goes to Macy Sierra, Cal Center FFA. Fourth place goes to Kaylee Katner, Petersburg FFA. Fifth place goes to Richard Dayton, Plainview FFA. Sixth place, Braxton McKinney, Abernathy FFA. Seventh place, Austin Moore, Health Center FFA. In eighth place, Wyatt Harkey, Abernathy 4A.
Y'all got done. Get the hobbits, sparks flying out. You didn't say no, did you? Oh, we got
Class 30, comes to shell ring, and need class 30 crosses. Class 30 crosses.
What's the score? Yeah, you heard the score, right? He was limping. He had a hurt foot. What's the score? How much time is it? I bet there's
really love studying this top trio of all that. Man, these kids are just giving it their all, and it's fun to watch. And I think that for you folks that are on the ringside, I think you guys can appreciate that as well. It's just when these kids put their heart and soul into something, it's fun to kind of see and follow along. There's not a good way, there's not an easy way to place this top three. And then as I started breaking down 1 and 2, my class winner probably just angels better to her skeleton, probably has the more correct shoulder set, probably reading just a little fresher there on the top side of her body. That's the young lady's black hill. Congratulations to her. She's not as fancy, she's not as outfronted and cool looking as what the bear is, but she is fresher. She does seem more beautiful. She does have a longer reach out of her shoulder knee. I think she's just a little more stiff, a little more genuine there on the back side of her shoulder. The young man's crawled up there is a very interesting looking hole that literally has a tremendous presence about him through the front third of his body and the way he comes into the top of the shoulder, round body, and out of the hip. At the same time, of the top three, he's the most restricted in his stride. He's the shortest in his hip. He's the one that wants to knuckle off of his rear pastures. At the same time, I thought his width, his body shape, and his genuine power is what allowed him to beat the black-headed gilt there on the far side. But 1 and 3 is definitely younger looking, fresher looking, and sharper there at time. At the same time, of the three, this one is the flattest in her body shape. She is the most narrow hip off the ground. I just need to bust her open to her center and give her just a little bit more punch when you get it behind her. Because from the side, she's deadly. I love her skull. I love her clean neckline. I love the extra styles, the form and feature. Young lady can drive the soft top of it. All that's a really good combination. Just runs out of gas as you start to compare to 1 and 2. A nice kind of a flat gilt there on the far side. Gets just a little bit elbow high, not the structure or feature. The young man's found up gilt moves to be heavier legged, loose rider, hip and hind leg, as we let the remaining balls go. These are again balls that maybe just run into a few more struggles as you start to study them on the move. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
You think Tampa Bay? Yeah. Odds are in the same. Did that work? Got in the playoffs? They don't let them.
Class 29, first place goes to Selene Ramirez, Health Center FFA. Second place goes to Doyle Holt, Abernathy FFA. Third place goes to Jasmine Watkins, Petersburg FFA. Fourth place goes to Jet Stevenson, Abernathy FFA. Fifth place goes to Brandon Castillo, Cotton Center FFA. Sixth place goes to Tatum Ashby, Health Center FFA. Seventh place goes to Alicia Ashby, Health Center FFA. Eighth place goes to Andres Mohadas, Highview FFA. And ninth place goes to Braxton McKinney, Abernathy FFA.
When we finish our grant and reserve drive, we're going to have a couple of showmanship drives this afternoon. And I've got the list of folks that have been invited back to show in the showmanship drive. Our junior drive, Kate Sierra, Sydney Miller, Riley Byers, Reese Huffaker, Kaylee Kettner, Carson Kettner, Gretchen Shipley, Jonathan Ferreira, Anna Garcia, Lisa Ashton. Once again, our folks that can participate in the junior showmanship drive. Kate Sierra, Sydney Miller, Riley Byers, Reese Huffaker, Kaylee Kettner, Carson Kettner, Gretchen Shipley, Jonathan Herrera, Anna Garcia, Lisa Ashton. Our senior showmanship class, Jess Hole, Katie Martin, Stephen Cabello, Selena Ramirez, Cody Siner, Stetson Lewis, Brendan Lewis, Andrew Miller, Justin Herrera, Andy Lee, Helen Ballesteros, and Cody DePose. Once again, our senior showmanship class, Jess Hole, Cash Martin, Stephen Cabello, Stephen Ramirez, Brody Steiner, Stetson Lewis, Brenda Lewis, Andrew Miller, Justin Herrera, Eddie Lee, Alan Ballesteros, and Cody DePose. Class 31 crosses, you can come to the show ring. Class 31 crosses.
Love the off Belton or the down Belton barrel that ends up winning the drive, and I think it's a logical decision. I think if you follow along through the day, I think this one fits the type of kind that I gravitate towards. Start that rascal at the arena surface and then work your way up. He's a square-footed, stout-legged one that still is attractive and balanced and proportioned from the side. I really appreciate the length that he has on each end of his body and just still his ability to keep everything in check. Compositionally, he's right on, really good upright in terms of the freshness there on the backside of the shoulder, a good shoulder at a school, and then made into really an interesting haul to go ahead and lead with. I love a lot of things about the gilt that lands into the second hole. Get it behind that one. That's a full run gilt that squares really good out of her hip behind leg. She's not as heavy-legged. She's not as strict out as a class winner, but I still think that's just a solid, practical kind of a gilt. That's just sounder and fresher than the gilt in 3. The hole in 3 is a very stout-legged one that's got a good body weight into it. That's another that's been pushed to this particular way. She's not as good out of her hip behind leg. She's not as fresh there on the backside of her shoulder. But I thought that her structure, her squareness, was a fraction better than the young man's ball that drops out the gate next. I wish I could just stop the score and go on in this one. I think we can make a stronger case for getting him 9. This one does have more structure, but it's just a little coarser, a little more mature, not quite as good out of her hip and rear leg. The young man's velvet gilt with white one there. Just seems to be a little fresher, a little more body as he's stepping in from the side. Really a nice drive all the way through. Congratulations to him.
Mullet-ish haircut is going to run the class.
Class 30, first place goes to Bobby Myers, Abernathy 4A. Second place goes to Kendall Jimenez, Health Center FFA. Third place goes to Lexi Hernandez, Plainview FFA. Fourth place goes to Justin Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Fifth place goes to Natalie Ashby, Health Center FFA. Sixth place goes to Ryan Walden, Cotton Center 4A. Seventh place goes to Kate Pinkerton, Plainview FFA.
Bring your first place crosses. First place crosses.
Hey, did y'all get called back? I'm taking mine too. I'm gonna go try to take that baby home. What do you think? Either Landry or I'm gonna say no. Have you seen this book? No. Oh, it's right there. It's usually what they do. Yep. Show them. You show them
The ribs full those. No, I guess we're.
Really a nice class of heavies that I think rounds out the cross-country division exceptionally well. I like the young man smound up there. I think that's the combination total song that looks like he's been pushed and fitted to fit this respective weight bracket. I like his composition. I like the natural shape and power he has. He's a heavy structure though, leads with some feature and density as he's setting into his midfield. And then on down to the arena surface. Just a really solid, quality looking barrel that I think is a very logical place to start. The Delta 2 is longer striding and pressure packed and just more dimensional than the barrel 1-3. The Hawk 3 is a nickel tall front, a little shorter body, but at the same time, I didn't read him as rugged, I didn't read him as loose on either end of his body. too. But I like his outline, I like his proportions, and it's because of that, is why I want to go ahead and keep the double ball that we drop out of the gate next. This one is a little bit further, right there on the top side of her body. She has just a little bit more when you get it behind her. At the same time, she just gets a little shorter on each end of her body, a little more restricted as you study it, not the structure, not the body shape. I need to bulk this one up to make that one more ideal, good, soft, and productive, just not the mechanical shape that we have towards the top. A really good one that comes out of the gate next in terms of muscle and frame and extension. At the same time, just too dry, too good for her body. It gets a little shorter, more restricted out of her hip and hop. I need to change the rear two on that one, rest him up in terms of his appearance to make him more ideal. The young lady's blue heels that we round out the drive with is obviously big and pretty girlsy. Performance oriented and really good today. At the same time, that's a good. It's just a little rounded, a little too wide when you get it behind her. Maybe not as fast or youthful as those in the right above. A nice try. Congratulations to them all.
Class grade 1, first place goes to Landry Miller, Abraham Gray. Second place goes to Natalie Ashby, Hill at the Bay. Third place goes to Lauren Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Fourth place goes to Justin Herrera, Petersburg FFA. Fifth place goes to Jesse Casillo, Center FFA. Sixth place goes to Gay Mendita, Cotton Center FFA. Seventh place goes to William Lawson, Plainview 4A. And eighth place goes to Rachel Walton, Cotton Center 4A.
She has that one. She has another one.
The 11th bid. Should be 11.
He's saying for you to go out there and judge it.
You can start bringing your second place crosses up. Second place crosses.
Go tell him. Tell him.
The first place crosses that need to be coming back are Cash Martin, Keely Keys, Rick Baker, Callan Maladares, Cash Martin, Rick Baker, Macy Sierra, Toby Ross, Selena Rodriguez, Brian Myers, and Landry Miller.
Just leave them in there. That's probably.
Folks, if you would, put your hands together for an outstanding champion cross. If there's one thing that myself and all of you folks that are on the ringside can agree on is man, the quality of seats, the Hawks are outstanding, they're elite, they've got quality about them, they've got look, proportionality, they're just good livestock. And I think if we can just agree on that, then we can work through the details here in a few moments. And so as I get into the details, I do think that a few start to surface a little quicker than the others. There's a few that probably just grab me and find me a little faster. That this also probably fit into my wheelhouse just a little faster. I've talked a lot, probably too much about build and balance, and then trying to add stoutness of bone and feature. And I'm big on freshness. I think hulls need to be pushed and fitted to match a weight. I'm not big on hulls that need to be old and overdone and too mature. So there's a happy medium there, and I certainly understand that. But my champion, I think, is just that. I think that he's a stout early one that's got a good skeleton as you study him in motion. I like the angles to it. I like the genuine shape that he has behind. And I think the source factor for winning is what's probably going to be reserved. I think you step in behind there. Just a little bit more punch right there in the seat of his pants. He's probably leads you with just a little bit more width and power and still stay square. Hip off the ground. He's just very good on the line in terms of the front foot set. I'm not a big passionate kind of guy. I think I use it and it clicks out of it. I think it's more than good enough. Obviously, you can start getting into the calls and we've got problems. So that's really my only just harsh criticism that I have on it. And it's not that big of a deal for me because study the looseness of stride, study the reach out of the shoulder knee. He's so soft-footed, he's so good in terms of the skeleton. I like him a good deal. Get ready, get ready, and I can't think of that.
Because I thought that was like a dream to me.
There was a parallel that I went back and forth on, and like I mentioned, my champion cross probably just had just a little bit more horsepower as he stepped in behind this pair, and really maybe just the way that he looked to the arena service after the match. This guy is probably just pound and I think that will continue to come as they ask you to his defeats and other wins. It's so great in so many areas. So before I name honorable mention and what would end up being third overall is the heavier weighted ball that obviously didn't quite have the running gear those other two had. Maybe got just a little bit more plain in terms of the front third of his body. A little bit that's a little piece of confidence, but they are very, very well presented. Good down the hall. But my reserve champion is much like my champion. Heavy-weighted, good neck, sharp back, sweaty, awesome skeleton. You're going to hear about that from him.
What? Oh, he's the only hope.
Basketball tryouts with our 10-year list. And I was, my heart was going at basketball tryouts, but you did such a good job and I got to watch everything while I was good.
Okay, honor. Okay, for our cross champion was Riley Myers from Aberdeen 4A. Our cross reserve was Shahash Martin, Aberdeen 4A.
Yes, sir.
What are we waiting on now?
I don't know, they need to call up the champions.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Have the grand drive. I'd like to be home here pretty quick. Yes, sir.
That's good.
A little bit of everything. Yeah. It's my getaway thing from that farm.
Would you bring your group champions to the show ring, please? Bring your group champions.
How's Joy?
I haven't even been able to go in there since March.
You know, I really thought, don't take it wrong, I thought in the past, as close as they were, 6 months, she'd fall right in behind us. Her mind is no bad. I think my mom's starting to get that. It's a long time.
Jeez, Brayden, why you gotta leave it like that? Yeah, the players in.
Those spots. Third grade. Third grade.
Hey, Younger. My reserve bird and girls are not going to be up here.
Bring your 3 champions to the show ring, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's right. He's an Aberdeen. Yep. Yes. Yes. Yep. Okay. He does a good job. Sir? Yeah.
Not spraying.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna throw that I didn't do that. What?
He's already put it.
Okay, our champion Xerox is Brianna Lewis, Abernathy 4H. Champion Ham, Cash Mark, Abernathy 4H. Champion Burke, Kate Sierra, Hale Center FFA. And you can start bringing your reserve 3 champions to the show ring if you would, please. Our champion spot, Brody Signer, Clayview USFA. Champion Poland, Sidney Miller, Abernathy 4H. Champion Chester, Landry Miller, Abernathy 4H. Champion York, Gretchen Shipley, Abernathy FFA. Winner, Champion Cross, Riley Byers, Abernathy 4H.
Well, before I name your champion, if you would, please put your hands together for the folks that are responsible put them on the show. There's a lot of time and effort that goes into these that is often thankless. It's a very thankless job. For those of you that came in and volunteered your time to help out, get these halls here and out, thank you. That makes my job so much easier whenever I can just point a finger and then it's done and I can continue on with the show. So again, thank you guys so much for all the help, for the hospitality. I thoroughly enjoyed my time last year, having the chance to come down here. I wanted to jump at the opportunity again. This is an outstanding show. You know, the numbers maybe not just blow us out of the water, but man, the quality is so good and so deep. And I think looking at these three champions, I think that is very, very much a testament to what you guys have here in this great county. So the only thing that I would say is best of luck. I hope that you guys were able to follow me. Not necessarily agree with my every decision, because I very rarely am whenever I'm on your side of the ring. I hope you guys all felt that you had a fair and honest look. I hope that you were able to follow my descriptions. And again, as we get into the state fair season, I hope you guys continue to work and push and never give up. That's one of the best things that I think this industry teaches us. My champion, guys, is just an animal, and I think that if I had this one, I would have a lot of sleepless nights, I would have a lot of trips to the barn, and I would just be hoping and praying that he doesn't trip and scratch a leg, scratch his hip, because I think he's an absolute gamer in so many ways. I'll put the mic down, I'll grab you a champion, we'll talk about the reserves. One last time, let's give every kid that came to this ring a big round of applause.
Our champion for the 2021 Hale County Stock Show, Riley Byers, Evanescence 4-H. Now joining the drive will be Cash Martin, Evanescence 4-H.
That champion cross gave me goosebumps. I just thought that his skeleton, his presence, his bone, his feature was just so good. Timeless is the best way to describe him. Those times never go out of style, no matter what trend, what time we're in. Man, that's just good livestock, and I really, really like the length of hip, the set to his hind leg was just so indestructible, and he had some power and mass, and those extra bells and whistles to go along with it. I thought that was a very fun place to start. For the third, I think we've got another one that reads longer flights than one does. What would end up being the third out, I think that he's a little leaner neck and probably reaches a little bit longer out of his hip, maybe a little looser there. Maybe not quite as maxed out yet, going away. That's ultimately what landed him in that reserve spot. But I would love to have this rascal as well. Reserve Cross is going to have a congratulations.
Our reserve grand champion, Cash Martin, Evanescence 4-H. Whenever as quickly as you can, other than the junior showmanship class, you can start heading this way, just picking any one of your animals, it doesn't matter. So we're going to do the junior showmanship drive. Once again, that will include Kate Sierra, Sidney Miller, Riley Byers, Reese Huppecker, Kennedy Katner, Carson Katner, Reggie Shipley, Jonathan Herrera, Anna Garcia, Alicia Ashley. Then have left for our senior drive. It'll be Jess Hole, Ed Martin, Lee Fellow, Selena Ramirez, Brody Steiner, Stetson Lewis, Brandon Lewis, Andrew Miller, Justin Herrera, Eddie Lees, Dallas Alvarez, Cody Bowe. Want to thank the folks from Mackinac for helping us with the cross-side opener. Great chicken drive. Would y'all join me in a round of applause for our judge, Mr. Jeremy? I want to thank him so much for being with us today. And could you give another round of applause for everybody that helped in this, all the assistant superintendents, all the junior board members, and all the volunteers from the different communities. Just thank you very much for all you've done.
what a tremendous champion showmanship drive we have here. It's obviously, these are the kids that were selected, and these are the ones that really brought their game on as they were showing in the actual show, and I couldn't have selected them any better. Unfortunately, we can only give one ball away, and man, there's several in here that are very deserving. They're polished. You can tell the work's been done at home. And if I'm just being completely honest, I would assume take a kick in the knee that do showmanship because we're not talking about adults anymore. We're talking about kids, and the fact that they're putting in the time, the effort. Man, that's good enough for me. And I've never been one of those, let's give everyone a ribbon kind of guy. But the fact that these kids are out here busting their tails in one of the toughest industries that I've ever been a part of, man, that says a lot for me. And those are the best kind of kids, in my opinion. Those are the ones that I want to hire. Those are the ones that I want to work with in the real world. And so we're teaching these kids a very valuable skill set, and we always got to keep that in mind whenever we're kind of defeated and we want to give up, and maybe there's some things that are going on that shouldn't go on. So there's a bigger picture, no doubt about it. And honestly, I'm a living, breathing example of that this industry shaped and molded me to the person I am today. I didn't have it. If I didn't have it as a kid, it's scary to think where I'd be today. So this is sacred ground for me, and I treat it that way every time I step into the ring. Man, I give it my all. I'm going to drop back to Oklahoma tonight knowing that I did exactly everything that I wanted to do. No regrets. Pair switches here and there. I'd like to go back and discuss with you guys that are on ringside. But other than that, man, I feel very, very good about what happened today. So as I get down to business, man, there's 2 or 3 of us that really found me throughout the day. And I love judging showmanship. If there's anything I want to do, I want to judge showmanship again. That way it gives me a chance to reflect back on how they did in their respective classes and how they handled the pressures of trying to win a class. And so if I do that, if I think back on those that did it, every time that they came into the ring, it gets awfully close between a pair of them. They're so good in their ring presence. They're so good in their eye contact and posture. Obviously, just absolute lights out control of their animals, their headset, their pace, their hair, skin, the way that they work the ring, the way that they stay out of the packs. Give me several angles. I mean, they are dialed in, ready to go. In between the 2 of them, one of them might just handle their turn just a fraction better, and I had to make a selection somehow. I had to beat one of them in some way. But I do want to give honorable mention to the young lady in there. Champion's going to be the young lady. Congratulations.
Junior showmanship is Cindy Miller from Abernathy 4A.
More ring experience. That's nice.
Okay, the senior showmanship, Jeff Hale, Cash Martin, Hayden Cabello, Celine Ramirez, Rose Steiner, Stetson Lewis, Brianna Lewis, Landry Miller, Justin Herrera, Addie Lees, Ballesteros, and Cody Du Bois.
Let's see what happens this go around. Yeah.
Senior showmanship, Jess Hale, Tash Martin, Hayden Cabello, Celine Ramirez, Rosanna, Jetson Lewis, Brianna Lewis, Landry Miller, Justin Herrera, Addie Lees, Helen Ballesteros, and Cody Dubois.
Another incredible group, and yes, I did leave the gate open on purpose. Sorry. I think that, you know, as many times as these pigs have been in and out of the ring, man, that can sort of, you know, showmanship is funny. And again, you guys know my feelings on it. So I kind of chuckle at some of the things that we teach and train, because at the end of the day, what are we really trying to do? We're trying to train our kids to prepare an animal to exhibit, right? Where we're trying to put themselves to the side and focus their attention on something that's bigger than themselves, the purpose, the industry, the life skills. So we're training them to win. We're training them to be successful. We're training them to learn how to win, learn how to lose, and how to present themselves. All these little intangibles that will really do them well in the bigger picture in life. And so, you know, again, whenever I start really diving into showmanship, I have to be careful. Because really, as long as they're getting their job done, I don't care if they have a brush in their hand if they don't have a brush in their hand. I don't care what kind of whip they use, as long as it's a whip rib and not a pie. So it's those little small things that some showing judges get into, I don't try to wrap myself into. I want to see their face as they come out of that gate and how intense they are, how much time they put into their animal. Is their headset right? Is their face right? Is their hair and skin like it's supposed to be? Does that animal know that kid? There's a connection there that cannot be mistaken. You can hire all you want to get done, but at the end of the day, if that kid doesn't know their animal, that animal doesn't know the kid, I don't care how good that animal is, it ain't happening. And so there's got to be that connection, and I think I can see it and I can feel it. And if I take those things, if I take the way that they handle the ring, they work the big crowds, and they found the openings, they gave me several angles, they did it in a smooth, flawless kind of fashion. There's one out here that's just very, very smooth. And I think that's the thing that sorts that one. What would end up being reserved is just the smoothness of transitions from each side, working the different angles, working the ring, finding those open spots in a very flawless kind of a manner. And then, at the end of the day, that animal's got to work for you too. Kind of like that over here, they built this brew up, and it's just not happening today. And that's part of the game as well. Young lady, their team, they'll be champion. Congratulations.
Senior showmanship goes to Cash Martin, Abernathy 4A.